Buenos días.
Good morning. We will begin the meeting. So, Madam Chair, you have the floor. Good morning and thank you for being with us on this last day of work of this conference, a conference that, like the previous ones, has been addressing valuable subjects with great contributions from everyone here in the room. This morning, we will resume those subjects that we began talking about yesterday. We'll begin with community of practice. As director of statistics, a member of the community of women leaders, I will present the first presentation related to the community of women leaders of national statistical offices.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. The community of women leaders of the National Statistical Offices is a regional space that was that emerged to strengthen the feminine leadership in Latin America and the Caribbean. This community has emerged as a response to a collective need of making visible, accompanying, and empowering women that lead statistical offices. The background that led to create this community go back to 2022, thanks to the directors of then of the NSOs of Dominican Republic, of Chile, and of Mexico, INEGI and TINE of Chile. And they shared a view that was very clear: to create a safe, collaborative, and strategic space to support women that have the role or aspire to have the role in national statistical offices. The objectives of this community are very powerful, we believe, and forward-looking. Among the objectives are strengthening women leadership, promote gender equality, create a safe and collaborative support network, build a consolidated knowledge repository, enhance the visibility of women leaders, and foster regional and international connections. These objectives, although they address strengthening leadership, also will have a major impact on the generation of statistics with gender perspective. Not only will mobilize the generation of these statistics in NSOs, but this will permeate the whole statistical national system. Among the achievements to be underscored in this community, we have so far 78 members, and they come from different countries, and they assume in the community and in their institutions a strategic roles. We have also held 3 video conferences, 4 informal meetings, and 2 workshops, on-site workshops, and 6 face-to-face informal meetings. There is constant communication among the members of this community. We are permanently informed and updated as to the steps each one gives in order to strengthen this community. I think this network is a wonderful network. Among the meetings and events, here we have some images. Yes, some pictures. I could say that we've had training of women in leadership position in the National Statistical Offices since 2023. We had one training session organized with Paris 21 and IDB in 2023. And I had the privilege to participate in this training which is something that has had a great impact on me. Then we had a 2024 event. It was a side event as part of the Statistical Commission of UN in New York, and the meetings we have within the meetings of the Executive Committee and Statistical ECLAC conference in 2021. Surely you can identify some of us here present and also say that these are spaces that have allowed to share experience, generate trust, and strengthen each other in support networks. Within the work that has been implemented in this community and jointly with the support of UN Women, in 2024, there was an initiative that we consider iconic, really, and it's a true example. For the next biennium, 2026-2027, the program strengthening women leaders at high level is being strengthened and developed. And this includes a training process that is for 5 months. It is virtual with synchronic, asynchronic modules and an initial master class. There will be more details about these courses, and all of them will be shared. And we've already started to do that with some of the convened persons. We'll be working in these programs like self-knowledge, strategic expediency, management, and also ambiguity, learning, and ongoing continuous learning. What does this program offer? It offers concrete tools in order to harness the leadership skills with a gender responsive approach. And it combines theoretical elements, practical elements, and accompaniment. It is divided like 70, 20, 10. Perhaps we can give you more details at a different time. But I would like to say that with this methodology, subjects that are based on experiences, learning through interaction, and also subjects that are linked to theory of leadership. All of this contributes directly to strengthen the community and gender equality and leadership. The selection of participants, and I can tell you that when I received the request for appointment in Dominican Republic, I didn't understand the structure very well, but then it has a lot to do with the nature of how this course came into being. In 1A, the top authorities. Then B and C, we have women with medium experience and leadership that are selected by the top authority director, but they are in direct interaction with this top authority. And the last level of the pyramid, we have EFG that are selected by B and C. So this is a pyramidal structure, but at the same time establishes a relationship and strengthening of the different levels that will be permeated, not only to those that will be directly trained in the course, but also with those that interact with participants. And then finally, I would like to mention and say that the community, well, this is a collective approach, and the idea is to transform the way in which leadership is built in statistical systems in Latin America and the Caribbean. We are continuing a regional effort that recognizes talent, experience, and strategic view of women of our NSOs. I want to invite all the members to please continue driving this work, sharing your experiences and assuming a protagonic role in building the system. But also I want to say that from Dominican Republic, we are very much committed to the leadership subject in the national statistical offices. Thank you. That said, now I take my role as chair and I give the floor to the Measuring the Care Society that is very much linked to the subject I have just presented. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to present the work of the Community of Practice for Measuring the Care Society from the Gender Division of ECLAC. This community has as purpose exchanging experience, know-how, and challenges about the measurement of care. We are at a key moment of the consolidation of policies and systems of care, and the work of NSOs has been key to place care society in the center of public agendas. This happens at a moment when the region faces a crisis of care with less people available to provide care, and also in a situation of accelerated aging in the region with epidemiological changes. This community is also established with the purpose of incentivizing technical dialogues on different methodologies, areas, sources of information. Something important of this community is that it is built to promote collaboration between national statistical offices with mechanisms to promote women leadership and other offices like Ministry of Development, Ministry of Labor, academia, and organizations of civil society with experience in measuring care society.
To recall this, the community was launched in 2023 within the framework of the 24th International Meeting on Gender Statistics in Aguascalientes, Mexico, a community that arose as a partnership between the organizing agencies of this annual international meeting, ECLAC, UN Women, the Secretariat of Women of Mexico, Antes Mujeres, and ING in Mexico. The community was also an idea that came up the previous year at this meeting, that is to say in 2022. And then next year we were there talking about our needs and that we would like to relay in the community, and with a launch, and we had an interactive activity when we asked which were the measurements that most were supported in countries for public policy with the gender approach, and we had very good surveys on time use at the time. So the agenda has been very much focused on measuring time use. And now, some organizations that are part of the community, and I'd like to take the occasion to invite your institutions to also join the community, which is framed within the Global Partnership for Care. Now, a short spanning of the activities carried out over the last years. In 2024, we had two conversations, one around the National Survey for the Care System in Mexico, where we were with INEGI and Mujeres, and also a conversation regarding the care system in Chile. And we spoke about the National Time Use Survey and also the administrative records in the Ministry of Development of Chile. And then in 2025, as mentioned, we've had an agenda focused on time use measurements because we had a round updating the time use. As you know, these specialized surveys are not updated annually, but every 2 or 3 or even 5 years, depending on the country. And so we have identified needs related to the type of questionnaire to be implemented, and we were holding conversations about that. One where we were talking about the pros and cons, for example, of daily activities, and we were with Argentina, Brazil, and Chile, and another when we held presentations by Colombia and Mexico regarding their recent surveys, and the last one also with Colombia and Mexico talking about the global outlook of UNSD and the UNSD with Finland with more than 40 years experience in this area. We've identified the need to have contacts with other regions, and so the work plan that we're seeing here on is also considered different ways of deepening these exchanges. I would like to add that within the Tlatelolco commitment, adopted by 35 ECLAC member states last August in Mexico at the Regional Conference on Women, marks a decade for action in Latin America and the Caribbean to achieve substantive gender equality and the care society by means of transformations in the political, economic, social, and cultural spheres. And in paragraph 56 of the commitment, it recognizes that there is a synergy between this conference, the Statistical Conference of the Americas, and the Regional Conference on Women, Latin America, and the Caribbean, and that precisely this community of practice is one of the meeting points. And collaboration in countries among statistical offices or mechanisms for the advancement of women, this is reflected in this connection between the two conferences. And now, next steps. 3 main points: promoting exchanges with other regions and deepening on the connection between care and the environment in global spaces, as ILO colleague was mentioning yesterday, led by ILO, regarding the definition of the care labor. And of course, expansion of participating members and greater reach of the community so we have more members. I would like to end with enhancing the power of information systems in order to contribute information on care. And here you have it in English. This is included in the positioning document that we brought to the Regional Conference on Women, and we see that there are sources that frequently have provided information about care census, time use surveys, and also labor force surveys. But there's another set of sources that still have a very high potential in terms of use and informing of the topic. Statistics on migration, also economic censuses and economic surveys, and several countries recently are building care maps and using different sources, and they agree very much with the need to think about the care society territorially and with a rationale based on proximity, and then national accounts. And so, in this sense, it is the Division of Women's Affairs. We greet the work that will be carried out this biennium, and we will also be supporting as the co-technical secretariat, and we congratulate the leadership of Uruguay in this area. And we will also be harmonizing conversations and seeking to obtain inputs that may guide the work by the region regarding the statistical definition of this, as led by the ILO. And now we invite you to consult the position document adopted in the region at the last Regional Conference on Women, and where there is an ongoing discussion regarding the needs for care policies and how to transfer towards a care society as a paradigm, which is a contribution by our region. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And now we move on to cooperation in statistical classifications in Latin America and the Caribbean.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning. We would now like to share with you
El lanzamiento de esta
the launch of this new community and international cooperation, international affairs, and where basically we're working in co-leadership with INE Chile, and the process where we have 4 major goals aligned to the major vision presented yesterday in the strategic plan of having a greater impact on global fora. Fortunately, the entire region has a very sound institutionality And so we would like to make the most of this potential to continue strengthening the space and being able to create a network of contact communication within the framework of which the various members of the offices and areas of international affairs can share good practices, beginning with very basic elements such as having an updated information on focal points and others, but also moving ahead with process for bilateral consultations that are much easier. It is important to highlight and recognize that all offices, as a rule, are doing different benchmarking exercises as to what these best practices are in our country. So we wanted to make the most of this informal network that was existing to institutionalize it a bit more, facilitating learning by new colleagues. And likewise, and delving a little further into the good practices component, it was very important to be able to share among us and serve as focal points to move ahead in how we share experience in implementing these statistical standards at international level. Now, it is extremely important to recognize that we very quickly realized certain inefficiencies that we had, particularly regarding the translation of the international standards. And each statistical office were using their own translators to do this, when in fact it could be done by us and distribute the work, and so have the work much quicker. And so we were very happy with this. Do we believe this is a space and I think that the next commission must show this? How? Through this community, we're able to build those regional positions that we are taking to the multilateral spaces and not be, as we are in New York, negotiating positions or creating these differences in the room. And so we believe that this will be a space through which we may foster the various initiatives related to training and development, because as a rule, we have a bilateral process, especially internships and workshops and visits and missions. But so what we want is to make visible all this, because this is something that so far depended on the communication by each one of the offices, but we were not really showing the public what was going on in general. So this has led us to think, now how through this knowledge transmission network we may continue to foster the exchange. And so I would like to end with this invitation that you should join the community, because I think yesterday we had an informal time for exchange for the first time. And I think that I would like to invite various agencies, funds, and programs, because it's good to have a friendly face to contact when you're in a particular country. Thank you.
Muchas
Well, thank you very much. And now we will recognize the community on statistics on sexual orientation and gender identity.
¿Me escuchan bien?
Can you hear me? Yes. Well, thank you very much. It is a great pleasure and honor to be before the SCA. My name is Nadia Medellin, and together with my colleagues Eliana Echeverri and Bess Gonzalez, we are part of the Inter-American Development Bank team facilitating two communities of practice. One, the community of practice of sexual orientation and gender identity, and the other, the community of practice on race and ethnicity. And 2025 was our first active year, and we've held 6 events. We have one more scheduled for next week. And at these events, we've had the pleasure to enjoy participation by 17 national statistical offices and one an average of 32 persons per session. And a year back, when we launched these communities of practice in the World Data Forum, we had a goal that was clear, and that is creating space for exchange between the national statistical offices in order to move ahead towards common frameworks of reference and to improve the quality of the comparability of data on various populations, LGBTQ, indigenous people, and Afro descendants. And so today, thanks to the active participation by NSOs and the support of RGC's ECLAC, we can say that we are firmly moving ahead in that direction. I would also like to tell you about the conversations held in each community. Here I had some photographs of the events that we've held in some. In the community and practice on sexual orientation and gender identity, our first session in March, the INE of Chile presented an approach with a dual operation using a non-probabilistic web survey to later launch a probabilistic survey with variables on sexual orientation and gender identity. And INEC Ecuador also shared their experience with the census for 2022 with a non-response rate of less than expected, and also reflecting regarding the relevance of effective communication with civil society organizations. In July, INEGI Mexico presented or used an interview for modules on sexual orientation and gender identity in an app that had called the attention of many other NSOs. And this session, it really was possible to have a very open conversation on operational aspects, and that unleashed subsequent conversations among NSOs. And in October at the IDB, we presented a regional diagnosis showing that 13 out of 26 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean already have at least one instrument, either a census, a probabilistical or non-probabilistical survey with sexual orientation, variables, and gender identity, sorry. And this tells of the relevance of the national statistical offices in the region regarding the visibility of the LGBTQ persons. And in our other community of practice, the one focusing on race and ethnicity, conversations there, and also I have some screenshots of these conversations, as you can see here. These, well, as I said, focused on data quality and the cultural relevance of this and measuring indigenous and Afro-descendant communities. In April, we had another presentation by Dana Columbia on the multidimensional Wayuu record. An exercise was extremely participatory with the indigenous population. And then in June, the academia came up with a very rigorous research into the quality of data on administrative records and the population records, and whereby it was possible to identify that there was a very significant loss of information on racial aspects. And so this meant that there was a serious need to strengthen the principle of self-knowledge in all administrative records. And then lastly, in the month of August, we had another session by ANAC presenting the book on the challenges to the integration of indigenous people and Afro-descendants. Next week, December the 3rd, Daniel will tell us about the lessons learned in measuring this aspect, Afro-descendants. And so now maybe we could move on to the next slide, because I would not like to take more than a minute to thank you deeply for your active participation by the NSOs in accompanying ANRPC of ECLAC. And in general, the confidence and trust that you have placed in these spaces. And I would also like to take the opportunity to say the communities of practice have always been open to all regions. If you do not yet take part, please write us to the email you see on screen to join you to in the distribution list and see us here where we can ask for the minutes of the prior events. I would also like to invite you who are already taking part to tell us now what are the themes or experiences or practices that you would like to see in the 2026 program. Your participation and suggestions are very important to continue working on a space that is useful and relevant and representative for all the offices in the region. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Well, thank you very much. And now we're going to hear of the community of practice on childhood and adolescence.
Buenos días.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you for this opportunity. Good morning, colleagues of this conference of the Statistics of the Americas. I am pleased today to present the new community of practice on children and adolescent statistics. This will technically be led by UNICEF and in close collaboration with INE, Chile, and Uruguay, and IBGE, Brazil, the colleagues with whom we have been working very closely within our working group. We would like to first discuss why at this particular moment, why in this particular moment is it so relevant to have a community of practice on children and adolescent statistics? Millions of children and adolescents continue to face poverty, inequality, and social exclusion and are invisible due to the lack of data. One of the factors, despite progress made in development, data gaps continue to be a very complex challenge, little recognized, and that affects their rights and well-being. And administrative data present a key opportunity to cover some gaps of information on SDGs, which will be the focus of this community for the moment, and to improve understanding regarding how these factors affect children and adolescents. Now, but some of the background I would like to share. We're going through a transition group in the working group on childhood statistics, and that was created here in 2011. And in that group, the technical secretariat was led by UNICEF right from the start, and we had several co-leaders who worked in close collaboration over the years. Panama, Mexico, Chile, Uruguay, and others may be missing. And at least this is what we have for the time being. And right from the start, the aim of the group was to improve the capacity to work together and respond to the challenges facing SDG indicators, and before them, the other goals, and focused on childhood. And we've also devised practical tools that we're going to implement in the community of practice.
This was a conceptual framework and guidelines to integrate childhood perspectives in administrative-based data, and the manual on the use and integration of administrative data for statistical purposes related with children and adolescents. We have shared the executive summaries, you have them with you, and you have the QR code to obtain the complete version, about 80 pages, with a very clear and detailed structure. Regarding the vision, to continue collaboration with ECLAC and NSOs in the region on statistics on children and adolescents. UNICEF in a technical leadership role and in close collaboration and joint definition of the work plan with our collaborators in Chile, in Uruguay, and IBGE Brazil. We will focus on the implementation of the manual, capacity building through peer mentorship, and encouraging collaboration in national statistical system with NSOs in a leading role. Regarding the manual, which will be the base of the work the first 2 years, we wanted to mention that we went through a process for regional standards that was reviewed. It was reviewed by 13 NSOs. They provided useful and detailed feedback as part of ECLAC's process to consider it as a regional standard. Feedback, summarizing the feedback, from the peer review, it is useful, timely, methodologically robust, coherent, and accessible. And there were suggestions for the future, what is needed next. Supported application, developing more specific tools for some parts of the process, and having training sessions. So this has informed our work plan. The retrospective and the feedback from the NSOs have helped us prioritize. In this practice community, our first priority will be to develop the monitoring framework and key childhood and adolescent indicators for administrative data. To do capacity building amongst peers, taking advantage of the great capacity of the statistics teams in the region in 2 special areas that have appeared as a prevalent topic in the feedback we received. One is data quality, and the other one is different methodologies to generate and integrate data in different areas like mortality or migration and others. And also to improve reporting and dissemination practices for the core set of indicators. Thank you very much. We invite you to become members of the practice community, and we launch it with this presentation.
Muchas gracias. Pasamos.
Thank you very much. We now move on to the labor statistics community. Thank you very much to all of you. I'm very happy to represent INEGI from Mexico and also the Statistics Office of Chile to present this new community, which we have called Labor Statistics Practice Community. Backgrounds: this is based on the prior existence of a working group which was created in 2012, which we knew as the WGLM, the Working Group on Labor Market. It worked for almost a decade in a collaborative fashion, and it was very powerful in the region. We received relevant contributions to the regional harmonization processes that several countries in the region implemented with regard to the process of adaptation and adoption of the international guidelines that come from the international conferences of labor statisticians like ICLS, ILO. This is why I represent over 18 countries that are part of this group. And jointly, we have decided to present this new community. And we also have the support of ILO with a role as technical secretariat of this community. Which are the community objectives? Well, to create a regional space for exchange and permanent horizontal collaboration between countries. We have realized the importance of horizontal cooperation and how effective and positive it is for the exchange of knowledge and good practices. We also want to continue the lines of work that were being carried out in the working group for the labor market. We have to recognize that harmonization processes are slow, they need a lot of work, and this is why we have to maintain that continuity in order to decrease harmonization gaps at the regional level. We also want to maintain a direct link between international discussions on labor statistics with the ILO global working groups and the digital area work groups headed by ILO. Some countries in the region participate in those global working groups, and that will keep a link between the global discussion and the discussions at regional level. We want to continue to play an important role in future international conferences of labor statisticians. The countries in the region have had an important position in the decision-making of the last 3 conference of labor statisticians. Which are going to be the priority issues? The agenda is going to be marked by the issues addressed in previous meetings of the ICLS, but also by topics that have been considered as a priority for the 22nd ICLS in 2028. Here we mentioned some of these topics to continue to work on the adoption of the recommendation on the statistics of labor relations, which was discussed in the 20th ICLS, adoption of the recommendations on the information employment, 21st ICLS, definition of the conceptual framework on digital platform that will be discussed in 2028, 22nd ICLS, and advances in defining standards for measuring care work in the framework of the care economy conferences that will be also discussed in the 22nd ICLS of 2028. These are the priority issues that we have defined with the countries members of the group that will now be part of the community. But we also understand the importance of including complementary issues. There will be a consultation mechanisms to define complementary issues to be discussed each year, which will be based on regional priorities and needs. Some are statistics on international labor migration, statistics on remote work, teleworking, unionization statistics, statistics on labor income, statistics on inadequacy of job qualifications and skills, amongst other topics. Which are going to be the short-term milestones during January 2026? The call for community participation. We will ratify the focal points between February and March 2026. There will be a regional consultation to define the complementary issues to be addressed during the first year of operations. We hope to have at least 2 issues. In 2026, we will have at least 1 regional consultation to update a regional diagnosis or define a baseline. We expect to have at least 4 virtual meetings during 2026, 1 per quarter. We will document and systematize community progress so as to have an institutional memory of this new community project. And we will continue to strengthen the use of knowledge transmission network for the dissemination of community progress. Thank you very much, everyone.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We will now open the floor for comments from the delegations. We ask the delegations wishing to speak to please raise their placards. We have Paraguay, please. Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would just like to thank and congratulate the work that has been carried out by the representatives of the practice communities of the Knowledge Transmission Network. All the presentations are very interesting and they invite us to participate and continue to deepen the analysis and statistical production regarding the different topics. Also, Madam Chair and dear colleagues, I would invite you to keep this valuable space where practice communities of the Knowledge Transmission Network can participate and can inform the conference on the progresses made. So I propose that we maintain this in the future meetings, and in that way we will solve the absence of information about some of the groups, but this is being addressed very well here. Dominican Republic. Hello, you can hear me well? Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Cooperation and International Relations Community Practice headed by Colombia from the National Statistical Office of Dominican Republic. We want to congratulate this practice community headed by Colombia. We consider that it is a good initiative because it marks cooperation links that we can implement in all the offices of the region. We know at this time cooperation is difficult, and we know that this cooperation community can allow us to join synergies. And so we are attentive to be part of this community because we believe we can contribute to it. Together, we want to establish links for joint work throughout the region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any other delegation would like to take the floor? Argentina? Good morning. Thank you very much.
La importancia de estos espacios.
This is a very important space. I would like to greet the recent creation of the space for international relations. So you have our support and help, and we will be there for anything you might need. And also for Argentina, it was very important to work with the labor market. And we are very glad of the products that have derived from that work. And we want to continue to participate actively in that space. Thank you very much. Jamaica has the floor.
Good morning, everyone. I would want to extend my congratulations to the various groups that have put together these knowledge transfer networks. The work is really commendable. Particularly, I would just want to express our interest in joining the labor market community of practice. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. ¿Alguna otra delegación? Honduras, por favor.
Please. Thank you. Good morning. I would just like to thank Chile for the support they have provided in the labor market practice community. This year we have worked together, and these 2 weeks we have been working on the new formulation of the questions. So thank you again to Chile, and thank you to the community of practice for sharing this knowledge with us. Thank you to ILO then, and thank you to Chile again. Thank you. Now, UN Women. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. From UN Women, we want to recognize the work and coordination of practice communities and stress our commitment to promote their development. Regarding the Leader Women, 1 year ago, we planned actions in the framework of leadership program, and today with our regional program, we could present this morning the program with a micro site that has already been developed. We want to recognize the institutional efforts and mention those that were part of Leader Women's community, the Knowledge Transmission Network with all its leadership, ECLAC, the Center of Excellence, and UN Women. We want to invite all women to participate independently, whether this is in charge of a man or a woman. We would like them to be part and benefit from these efforts that are being carried out regionally. We believe firmly that the strengthening of soft skills combined with technical skills is fundamental for a comprehensive leadership. We extend our invitation to participate actively in this exchange space on care. We celebrate the new practice communities, and we express our full availability to continue articulating and joining efforts from UN Women. We wish you all success in this new biennial. Thank you very much. Now, Peru. Thank you, Madam Chair. In the first place, congratulate the creation of these groups in the practice community, communities of practice. We have the labor market groups. We can have the disaggregation according to sexual orientation, ethnicity, etc., and international cooperation. We would like to be able to participate in several groups, and we have an agenda that faces budget constraints and a demand that is growing. But it is good to have a demand that grows and grows. I apologize, and on behalf of many colleagues that couldn't join, I would like to apologize for that. And briefly, listening to the objectives of the working group of statistics on sexual orientation and gender identity, from the environmental point of view, we not only have the mandate, but also the willingness to disaggregate at the highest level possible the effects of changes of the environment and how this affects the vulnerable groups. We know it affects economy, and we are trying to measure through environmental accounts, for instance. Now, speaking about health, maybe it's a little simpler because there are administrative records. Maybe health, the area of health is the champion in record holding. But besides an assumption that there are differential effects between the different groups, there are things for which we do not have tools. There are areas where we don't know the right methodologies. So we would like to do a disaggregation, go to macros statistics. Yesterday, with a colleague to my left, we said, we have a working group, I believe. We're very much willing to send it to the Secretariat, and we know we have an important challenge together with Guatemala to identify which factors affect in a different way a group. For instance, vulnerable women, how would they be affected? We are not waiting for an answer. This is something that cannot be solved in just one session. But the progress made in identifying sexual diversity that is not accompanied by methodological clarity. There are things in the private scope, but then translate that into statistics, mathematics of the differential impact, we still have a long way ahead of us. In the same way, if we don't have a disaggregation according to these factors, it's not because of a lack of will or relevance. It's simply because of a lack of a consistent methodology allowing us to do this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we have UNODC. Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to thank the communities of practice and thank ECLAC and its statistical division, how they have helped for the to create networks of persons and provided technical inputs. And this has helped the capabilities of the different countries of the region. Rolando yesterday was mentioning the possibility of using WebEx to translate into the different languages. This is an additional tool, but ECLAC has built a series of platforms that converge in the communities of practice, and this conceptualization of how we can participate, how the different institutions and organizations can participate. I would just like to mention that from UNODC, the Center of Excellence, we want to participate in the practice community where this was the first time we implemented 3 classifications we had in UNODC. The statistical framework, but also trafficking of persons. And we need about 30 statistical catalogs in the case of Costa Rica, where we implemented the classification of trafficking for the first time. We produced many catalogs, and the INEC in Costa Rica worked in this. This possibility of using these classifications, I think it is very important to continue to strengthen.
De cooperación.
And as to cooperation and international relations, the center is to promote technical assistance in order to share experiences. We have 30 technical assistance provided to the region, and of course, the idea is to share corresponding synergies. Thank you. Andean community has the floor now. Madam Chair, thank you very much from the Andean community. We congratulate the work of Community of Practice to give continuity to the statistical subjects that had been developed previously within the conference, specifically in Community of Practice of race and ethnicity in the Andean community. There is a project to develop these and strengthen these statistics. It is a project financed with resources of the Andean community and jointly with ECLAC. Regional activities have been held, and next year there will be a national workshop. It is a way to address the challenges of providing data at the country level. And I think these experiences can serve for this community of practice, and we will make them available to all of you. Thank you. ILO. Thank you, Chair. Very briefly, congratulate the community of practice. I think they are an excellent tool in order to continue with the work of what we were saying yesterday. But also, I wanted to highlight the joint work that we can conduct, like for the care work jointly with ECLAC, both we can do it for this. The group of the community of practice regarding statistical classifications, what we had discussed with Chile in the case of updating the occupation classifier, what's natural is to do joint work with the community of practice of labor market. But the natural place for that update should be in the community of cooperation and statistical classification of Latin America and the Caribbean. And then an invitation now that I think we'll have interpretation, yes, for community of practice, the automatical one, yes. This language barrier we had with Caribbean countries, and I'm so pleased we do work with Jamaica, but in technical assistance, I think it is, very enriching to work all countries together. We invite all the Caribbean countries to join our community. Thank you. Yes, we had in the list the presentation of this community, but it was requested not to do it right away. If you want to have an approach, you can do it during the break. Now, UNICEF. Thank you, Madam Chair. I also take the opportunity to congratulate the community of practice, communities of practice, the new ones and the older ones. And really, it's very inspiring the work they're doing, especially what they can reach and diversity of activities and contributions of communities. We are highly motivated with a new community of practice, and also, I wanted to say that for UNICEF, it is of great interest two communities, the community of care presented by the colleague from ECLAC, and it says community of race, ethnicity, or sexual orientation. Well, race and ethnicity, it's of great interest for UNICEF. It is a priority in our agenda for children. And I take the opportunity to thank INE Chile for its leadership, active work in the RTC space. as Olga was saying, or KTN, it is a space for technical work and an excellent example of cooperation. So we are highly motivated of learning about the platform, generating a lot of activity, working jointly with you. Thank you very much. Thank you. If there are no other comments, we would move on to the next item of the agenda. Well, working groups of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, presented by Halim Brizant, Director of the Regional Statistics Program of the Caribbean Community Secretariat. You have the floor.
Halim nos va a acompañar.
Halim? Yes, Halim, you're with us virtually. Yes, perfect. Yes.
Indicated. My presentation is on the technical working groups of the it will also provide the necessary background and context to understand the role and the environment. So the presentation of the SCCS focus on, you will see where the technical working group fall, highlight the membership and participation within the SCCS, the subsidiary bodies with those, and into the technical working groups that we have established, and also give some insights on the way forward. So the Standing Committee of Caribbean Statisticians remains the highest decision-making body for statistical activities within CARICOM, statistical activities and matters. The committee by the and it was also endorsed by the CARICOM foster increase recognition of the importance of adequate statistical services to the countries of the region, to widen the scope and coverage of statistical data collection, and to improve the quality, comparability, and timeliness of statistics produced. So the coordinate training, coordinating programs for technical assistance in the field of statistics, initiating and executing statistical projects of a regional nature, and advising and assisting member states in carrying out statistical projects. In the SCCS is comprised of directors and chief statisticians of CARICOM member states and associate members, and plays a pivotal role in advancing statistical development. And it is responsible for establishing common frameworks, promoting the adoption of regional statistical standards, and harmonizing concepts and methodologies across countries, as mentioned before. Critical on our of the regional strategy for the development of statistics which is currently at its midpoint. So we are preparing to do a midterm review. In terms of the governance structure of the SCCS, well, at the helm is the Conference of the CARICOM Heads of Government, which is the highest decision-making body in the Caribbean community, providing overall guidance and political direction for regional integration and cooperation. And reporting to the heads of government is a community council of ministers, which establish the SCCS and ideally who the SCCS should be reporting to. And this organ of CARICOM oversees the implementation of decisions taken by the heads of government and provides policy direction to sectoral and functional bodies. So it is within this framework that the Standing Committee of Caribbean Statisticians operate. Under the SCCS, there are some subsidiary bodies, and they include the Regional Census Coordinating Committee, the CARICOM Advisory Group on Statistics, and the technical working groups actually reports to the advisory group on statistics, and the advisory group on statistics recommend the formation. So this is what it looks like in terms of the hierarchical structure, and you'll see where the SCCS lies. You also see where the technical working group lies. They report of the SCCS. The SCCS comprise of 15 member states, and Curacao being the latest to be added to our associate membership. Also, there are observers, and the observers include the international development partners, national and regional institutions, and observer countries. The SCCS meets once annually. Only member states have voting rights based on its rules and procedures. Representatives of associate members can participate without vote, but as member of any of the subsidiary bodies, or and there are, as I mentioned, observer countries who are not members or associate members, but they may be invited to attend meetings of the community, and we do benefit meetings in terms of practices, and of course they learn from us as well. And these are our international development partners and regional organizations. So you have the UN system and other regional and international organizations, and they support with quite a lot building and other regional initiatives, resources in terms of financial and technical, and also in the in in the aim to harmonize data across our region or sub-region. So this the structure of the SCCS, and um, and within the rules and procedures of the SCCS, it is defined as a group comprising selected representatives of the SCCS that have been appointed by the committee and shall have rules of procedures that are consistent with that of the SCCS. They're also appointed to consider or deliberate on specific issues and shall report to the SCCS on its activities and recommendations, which are then to be considered for endorsement by the SCCS. And the terms of reference of these subsidiary bodies shall be specific to the purpose for which they have been appointed, but shall be generally consistent with that of the SCCS. So in terms of the role and advanced regional and the adoption and regional adaptation of international frameworks, methodology and standards, also promoting the development and creation of regional public goods, advancing various themes and sub-themes of our and implement of statistics, the both strategic priorities and drivers, and these strategic priorities of the CARICOM RSDS include standards and harmonization, governance, integrated statistical system, innovation, advocacy and communication. And driving those priorities are the ICT, sustainable capacity building, the SDG, formerly known as the SDG and the ABAS, which is formerly known as the Samoa Pathway, and gender mainstreaming to realize an ultimate outcome of an efficient CARICOM statistical system that is responsive to national, regional, and global development agenda, enabling a resilient community with sustained economic growth and development. So in terms of the types of subsidiary bodies, we have the Regional Census Coordinating Committee, which is basically to ensure a regional approach to census taking, census strategy, meets to actual census dates in the region, as well as during the census period. The Advisory Group on Statistics, which is also known as the working arm of the SCCS. It was instated to enable the implementation of the approved Regional Statistics Work Program and of the Regional Strategy for the Development of Statistics. And this group meets twice annually. And as indicated under the Advisory Group of Statistics are the technical working groups. And the main objectives of these technical working groups are to make recommendations to the advisory group, to provide opportunities for participants to reflect on and discuss the experience, to address ongoing activities and facilitate continued discussions on related topics of interest to the SCCS and similar bodies, to support the implementation of the regional strategies, initiatives, and interventions aimed at harmonizing and improving statistics in the region, to support the strengthening of capacity through sharing of experiences, best practices, South-South cooperation, and the delivery of focused training, to promote the harmonization of statistical data and practice comparability and coherence. And they serve as a key technical resource for addressing country-specific issues and to promote and facilitate interinstitutional partnership and agreements. So the technical working groups that we have, that the existing ones that were operating, most renewed effort, and um, and and it is a priority that in 2026 that we reconvene, and we're in the process of reconstituting those existing technical working groups, which and these are national accounts and the SDGs, environment, statistics, and classifications. The SCCS also saw the need to establish new technical working groups to be more relevant to the needs of statistics. And these other technical working groups, they have been established but have not convened, are the integration of geospatial and statistical information, communications, dissemination, and website management, and innovation. And this just provides some details of those of the existing of the current technical working groups. And there's the one on national accounts and international trading services that promote and advance the development of the statistical infrastructure in national accounts, short-term economic indicators, international trading services, and investment statistics, and also enable the sharing of expertise and best practice in the production and dissemination. Then we have the technical working group on merchandise trade statistics, um, whose to implement statistics work program, and that is to improve information on cross-border transactions, specifically as it relates to the availability of merchandise trade information. And then we have the SDGs that a core set of SDG indicators for the CARICOM region, and they have done so in 2015, right? A core set of 125 indicators was developed, but I think the group needs to meet again as we approach 2030. This list has to be expanded given the developments and the progress that a number of countries have been making in this area. Environment statistics, and I would like to say part of its responsibility is climate change statistics as well, to assist in the development of environment statistics and climate change statistics in the CARICOM region. And I think the main focus is advancing the framework for the development of environment statistics and also the global set of climate change statistics and indicators. Then the classification technical working group, which focus on all this, which is key to the trust of the region. And well, in terms of the newly established technical working groups, so did, objectives I have here, they're not cast in stone because they still need to be reviewed, comprehensively reviewed. But but well, it was felt that they were necessary given the times that we are in, and also to as a way of advancing the strategic priorities of the of the RSDS, and in particular, the one on the integrated statistical system, the one on advocacy and communication and innovation in statistics. I'm seeing based on groups that exists, that has been established for the SCA. So it is important that that we align our activities, the activities of our technical working group, with those of the working groups of the SCA and also the community of practice, and to ensure for the least that the chairpersons of these committees of these and the working groups of the SCA and the community of practice that are relevant. So in of reconstituting and reconvening the established. So we're in the process of doing that with our very first meeting in the first quarter of next year. It would be a phased approach in the also the convening of the newly established technical working groups. We have to start next year. And important for us, what we are trying to encourage is that the member states take the lead in technical working groups. And we have established that. And we have, for most of those working right? And although we have identified persons who can lead, but it must go through that formal process of electing the chair. The also and finalization of draft URs for the new working groups. Also important is the development of the annual work program, which would be a collaboration with the chair of the working groups and the advisory group on statistics. And then and invitation of international development partners, regional organizations, agencies to support the technical working groups. And the offer is open, and invitation is extended to all IDPs, regional organizations to be a part of the technical working group to help provide guidance and direction. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, sir. We now have a request from the floor from Mr. Francis Jones from ECLAC.
On behalf of the ECLAC sub-regional headquarters for the Caribbean in Spain, Trinidad, I'd like to congratulate the CARICOM Secretariat on this effort to re-establish and renew and reconstitute the technical working groups, the 5 existing ones and the 3 new ones. I think it's a sort of excellent way to reinforce collaboration and knowledge sharing amongst the statistical offices, and to push forward the agenda on, you know, each of these important issues in between the, you know, annual meetings of the the SCCS and the other higher level committees. And I can absolutely sort of commit the ECLAC sub-regional headquarters to support and participate these technical working groups where we can. I think there's 2 or 3 in particular that fit very well with work that we've been doing in ECLAC. Particularly the communications dissemination and the website themed technical working group, I think fits very well with our work on dissemination of microdata through interactive online tabulation. The tool we've used is Redatam for providing sort of controlled access to microdata. We're also concerned with trying to sort of support and promote and provide technical guidance for basically, provision of microdata for researchers and sort of appropriate sort of policies and controls to enable that to happen in a way which also protects the confidentiality of the microdata. And the interactive tabulation also demands a sort of a disclosure control aspect as well. That's the other aspect of disclosure control for not just the microdata, but also you have to have separate disclosure control routines, procedures for tabular data. And we're concerned to do everything we can to get as much survey and census data into the hands of the people that need it. We know there's always going to be this constraint in the Caribbean of not having as many surveys as we'd like, but our interest in online dissemination and disclosure control is really about being as sort of efficient and effective as we can in exploiting as best we can the surveys that we've got with sort of efficient solutions with respect to confidentiality. So with that in mind, we're very interested in participating in the communications dissemination and website themed technical working group. There's also the SDG group. My colleague Abdul Qadri has done a lot of work on sort of, as Halim will know, sort of follow-up of SDGs and the indicators and integration of SDGs into national development planning. And so my colleague Abdul has expressed his interest in participating in the SDG group. We have also possibly we also have an interest in the geospatial group. I think we maybe have a little more work to do to decide amongst ourselves who the nominee will be for that. But we recognise Halim's open invitation to participate in the technical working groups, and we will certainly be responding shortly with nominees from ECLAC for 2 or 3 of those groups. So in summary, I'd just like to again thank Halim and express our willingness to support the CARICOM Secretariat in sort of reactivating and getting these technical working groups moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with this intervention, we will now break for 20 minutes. Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
So, good afternoon, everyone. We will now resume our work, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias. Vamos a iniciar con
We will begin now with a summary that is going to be made by Mr. Iván Ojeda, Director of the NIS of Paraguay. And he will refer to agricultural statistics, community of practice for the measurement of agricultural statistics. Yes, please, can you help me? I will tell you about the 32nd session of the Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean on agriculture or statistics in agriculture. This meeting was held from March 15th to 28th of 2025.
Estamos hablando de la comisión.
Let us consider first background. We are speaking about the Latin American and Caribbean Commission of Agricultural Statistics, LACAS. It is a statutory agency of FAO. This meets since 1950. These are 32 member states, and LACAS offers a space to discuss critical issues related to subjects of agricultural statistics. And there is one representative of the National Statistical Office and also one representative from the Ministry of Agriculture and also observers from international agencies. This is the family photo. In the last meeting, there were 21 countries participating in person. 5 countries participated online, and also we had observers from IDB and University of Pernambuco. 18 presentations per country. Sorry, he corrects himself. There were 15 presentations by FAO addressing methodological issues, SDGs, census, 2 roundtables, 4 combined hours of discussions, and finally 22 recommendations agreed by the members of LACAS. These are the main items of the agenda. First, the update on SDG methodology of disaggregated data. Also, agricultural censuses from 2020 to 2030. Also, food balance sheets, agricultural science and technology indicators, challenges in fisheries statistics, and likewise, agri-food system statistics with a holistic approach, and then finally, recommendations. Because of time, I will summarize each one of the items. When we spoke about update of methodologies of SDGs, we speak about reinforcing support for methodologies that are cost-effective with the methodology of calculation of small areas. Also, organize training sessions on SDG 2.2.4, dietary diversity for women. When we spoke about agricultural censuses from 2020 to 2030, the countries validated the international guidelines of censuses. And also more space was provided for sharing good practices and training for the implementation of the agricultural census of 2030. And then, as to the food balance sheets, FAO should continue providing technical support for the production of the food balance sheets with new methodologies. On a different aspect, also, agricultural science and technology indicators was addressed. FAO presented the ASTI project, trying to collect indicators of investment and development in agricultural subjects, and also to integrate ASTI to the national statistical systems with the support of FAO. The next item as to challenges in fisheries statistics. The idea was to develop a global strategy to strengthen fisheries statistics. Also, it was decided that there should be an increase in technical assistance for stock data and develop international guidelines for fisheries census. And then we reached the end of recommendations in the item on agri-food system statistics, a holistic approach. The idea was to strengthen national capacities on agri-food systems data and to also include the indicators in the technical cooperation frameworks of FAO. At the same time, generate a new working group on agricultural statistics under the framework of SCA 2027. 2026-27. And the next host, it was decided that the next host will be Trinidad and Tobago for the first trimester of 2027. I want to thank the colleagues that are part of LACA, and of course, thank you, FAO, that you have chosen Paraguay for this event. And also, make available the Paraguayan hospitality for future events of agencies, countries, organizations. Paraguay is becoming a hub of international events like Panam, Junior Panam Sports of 2025, the World Rally in 2025, and will also be or take place in 2026, the end of the South American sports or 21 Pan American Games. And also we had meetings of multilateral governors. It will be a pleasure to welcome you in Paraguay with a good barbecue, with spirituous beverages, and the Jaguareteca tea, which is very soothing and very good tea. Thank you, Paraguay, for your presentation and for your very kind invitation. So I ask the delegates, please register your interventions. Please. We'll have interventions from different members at the end. Now there will be a report of the advances and instruments for measuring femicide. And this is by the UNODC and Gender Equality and Empowerment of Women Agency. Yes, UN Women, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Once again, it's very significant to make this presentation this week. As you remember, on November 25th, we started the campaign, joined the Secretary General in order to put an end to violence against women. I'll take 5 minutes of this block in order to present the femicide indicator, which is part of the Observatory of Latin America, a national report to the Gender Equality Observatory for Latin America and the Caribbean. This is an indicator that we have in the observatory, Gender Equality Observatory. And likewise in ECLAC, there is Gender Equality Observatory for Latin America, some data since 2005. The indicator is annual quantification of the total number of femicides of women who are 15 or over who have been murdered. And according to the legislation of each country, it's called femicide or murder because of gender reasons. It is expressed in absolute numbers and in rates per 100,000 women. It's important to say that in 2017, this indicator was stipulated as a supplementary indicator for the monitoring of the 2030 agenda. And then, on the other hand, on November 25th, results, updated results for the region are published with all the countries that report it in this bulletin that we have distributed in this room on November 25th. It's also important to bear in mind that this indicator is built based on the request we submitted to national mechanisms for the advancement of women that compile the information from judicial institutions, the national police, or other competent bodies in the country, and also from national statistical offices. Here we have the main results that you will find in the bulletin. In sum, 3,800 women were victims of femicide, feminicide, or gender-based violent death in 26 countries and territories of the region. And this, an important characteristic of this crime as compared to other type of murder is that the main perpetrators are persons of the confidence circle of women, usually couples or former couples. So among the 13 countries that report this variable, in 9 of them, 60% of them, it is their previous couples as the perpetrators. Then it's important to bear in mind that we have requested an increased disaggregation of this indicator in the region, and that these crimes that have emerged in Latin America and the Caribbean as as part of criminal law. And it's important to have this in the region, and every year countries have improved data disaggregation for this report. So it's important to see also the number of femicides that are attempted femicides or frustrated femicides, and the number of attempted femicides exceeds the number of reported femicides, and thus, of course, underscores the importance of integrating information systems so as to be included in the strategies of prevention and elimination of femicide. I would like to close by mentioning some elements. I will show the main results, that is, and that there are some landmarks of the development of the indicator of the region in line with the synergy and in synergy with the conference, statistical conference. And in 2007, when Gender Statistics Working Group in the SCA was created, at the same time, the Observatory for Gender Equality was stipulated, and the work of this group was crucial to define the set of indicators that are part of this Gender Equality Observatory. On the other hand, and to close now, I would like to share the set of indicators that are part of this Observatory of Gender Equality. These indicators were reviewed and updated jointly with the partner associations within the UN system so as to be relaunched in the last regional conference on women. Here, this is a strategic set of indicators of the 3 dimensions of autonomy of women. Some indicators were added to this short set. Another indicator was reformulated. That of femicide, which is one of the regional framework, was maintained unchanged. And also say that we have several batteries of indicators for monitoring gender equality, but in the observatory, we have a short set allowing to strategically monitor and guide statistical production in the region, and also be fed by official statistics. In this QR, you can access the page of the observatory, and the presentation is available on the English website. Thank you. Now, UNODC, please go ahead. Thank you. Well, first, simply to thank the space in order to present from Centers of Excellence of Gender Statistics and the statistical information of government, public security, and victimization to share the progress we have with the implementation of the statistical framework to measure femicides and feminicides. And this, next, please.
Sí, hay algo que se movió. Ay, bueno, pero quisimos, bueno, iniciar
We wanted to begin by presenting the results that 2 days back have just been published in the International Day to put an end to violence against women. And this is based on the Global Report on Feminicide with estimates of homicides or murders of women by the couples or family or relatives. And unfortunately, the data are overwhelming, alarming. 50,000 women were murdered by the couple or a relative. And so 137 women die per day. So there you have the rates globally in different regions. You see how in Africa, the rate is the highest, but in Latin America also. And these global estimates show that 6 out of 10 women are murdered by their couples or family or relatives. That is the space where they should feel the safest. And that is why in this challenging context that Karen referred to, is that the statistical framework to measure femicides in 2021 was created. And starting there, we have advanced in the different regions of the world. Here we have Fiji, Mongolia, Asia Pacific, in Africa, Senegal, Kenya, Albania, in Latin America, Ecuador, Dominican Republic, Chile, and recently we are beginning in Uruguay.
simplemente para decir, bueno, qué información.
Just to say that what information do countries get on implementing this? Because that is the aim of the framework, to strengthen the administrative records, have more variables around, about the victims, the perpetrators, their mode of operation, for countries to strengthen not only the way that they measure, classify, and analyze information, but also their own statistical processes. And of course, this information allows you to better characterize how and when these crimes occur and will help prevent and eradicate. So what information do these countries collect? The number of victims, gender, persons taken to trial, convicted, sent to prison, people who were arrested, suspects. Well, it is not just at the start of the chain, but throughout the justice chain. And so what the framework seeks is to have information or integrate standardized and comparable measures worldwide. Well, this is really difficult to read. Now, I would like to hand over to Adriana, and but first just mention. Well, we will leave that presentation, of course. We will correct it before we re-upload it. But yes, say that there was a world meeting in Vienna with the engagement of 27 countries and representatives worldwide. And so they spoke of good practices, challenges, and how to comprise the statistical framework. And as Adriana will explain, this was an important guideline for the continuity of all this. I apologize because I'm surely this has something to do with my computer. It's happened twice to me already this week. So I do apologize for the encrypted message. Yes, We must recognize at this meeting that we were able to bring the several countries, but also a coordinated effort with all among the UN system agencies, UNFPA, ECLAC, from the Gender Observatory and other regional commissions and organizations that provide not only the experience worldwide of the various activities done, but they contribute their expertise. In this meeting, in the case of the region, well, and in the case of Ecuador, we thank you because the director of the INE was there in the case of Chile, the Ministry of Security, and also the Statistics Office, and the Dominican Republic. That is what we need, see as necessary, and it is so productive. And the work with the Statistics Office and the Ministry of Interior. We have been for many years generating information. Recently, we had our 26th anniversary, led by UN Women, ECLAC, Mexico, the Statistics Office, and also the Women's Secretariat. 26 years of generating gender statistics. In the region, we began very early on with a pilot that there were very many good practices. So not just observing limitations or things that were still pending, but very early on we were able to identify several good practices, and we were thinking then of drafting this guideline of good practices. And so Vienna supported us with the idea of having this guideline with the inputs from the region. Now, trying to homologate that with the various tools that have been developed worldwide, but also in the region. We considered this implementation guideline. This was done within the framework of UNICEF or the Chilean Statistics Offices, guidelines for the implementation of the administrative records, adapted or adopted with the GSPPM. And the proposed guideline should act as a roadmap for countries to implement this more easily. Now, these are good practices, and I'd just like to mention some. In the case of the Dominican Republic, thinking of the countries of the region, the Dominican Republic, after a couple of years and support by our Center of Excellence, they were able to adopt the international classification of crime. It is not necessary to only do it for the consummated murders of women, but also other crimes such as instigated suicide. In the case of the Dominican Republic, we worked on training with selected crimes such as slight aggressions, grave aggressions, or sexual aggression. And so this is an opportunity to link the various statistical tools. In the case of Ecuador, we saw that there was a statistical production process integrated with all the various institutions that provide not only the number of victims, but also the characterization of the perpetrators. And in the region, we have young men killing young men. And these are the reports that you give us every year as countries. But within the context of criminal activities and violence, and as Tere said, in the region, we have young men killing young women in the context of interpersonal relationships. So this allows us to follow up on this over the years and allows us to identify that young men at some point commit suicide in the justice process, which means that we have not only measurements in terms of the deficiencies of the system, but as the region says, in terms of preventive measures for mental health of young men. And this is very specific in the measure that we're able to have these measures disaggregated in terms of nationality, age groups, gender, sexual orientation. This means that it is possible to design activities. And what we find in all three countries is that they are not only characterizing the women victims, but also the family setting or indirect victims, which is the children or those persons who are there and may even presence the murders. In the case of Uruguay, we began working with the Ministry of Interior. They have a fantastic system of coordinated records, and they started implementing the statistical framework, and there are still some more opportunities. And finally, the wealth of having more than 57 participants from around the world. Not only is it possible to gather the information if you work in a coordinated fashion, but also the use that you can give the information. For example, Spain said that some of these variables could be used as part of the early warning systems. And so if the coordinated systems are done at record level, it is possible to avoid even death. Recidivist, as seen in Albania, when the perpetrator leaves, this could affect these activities. And lastly, say that the idea is to have a feedback of the guideline. You lose your regional identity if it becomes global, but nevertheless, it is nourished by the experiences of all participants. And at some point, Rolando, we'd like to ask for support in order to disseminate the draft and have your feedback. All of this is within the framework of the UN Statistics Commission, and where UNDC as well as UN Women ask us to draft a report, including not only what we found in the pilot and the regional analysis, but also see the challenges in terms of financing. And this was possible thanks to the various institutions or organizations put up money. In New York, the statistics division supported us with the financing in order to carry out missions and face-to-face work, working with the experts who are helping us to draft the country reports. And UN Women, they are responsible for Women Count. At UNDC, we do not have the resources, and so ECLAC, with the staff that contributes in the Gender Observatory. And, for example, in the cases of the Centers of Excellence, we have engagement and support by Mr. Hernandez at the Mexican Statistical Office, and in our case also the Ministry of Argentina, Panama, or other institutions. And so lastly, we can use these global tools, but with a very regional approach, thanks to the support of so many expert persons. And once again, thank you for this moment to share with you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
En este momento,
Right now, we will hand over to Marcela Melendez, who will be speaking to us about the initiative for harmonizing measurement of insecurity. She's an economist, chief economist, the Latin America and Caribbean Office of the World Bank. The floor is yours. Well, thank you. It is a pleasure to be here, and I thank ECLAC for this space and the company behind this common purpose. I will speak about a topic that is a major and increasing issue in the region. And we have a great need to generate data and have good information and evidence in order to inform the design of programs and policies. In all surveys, measuring perceptions, security appears, together with economy, as a great concern among people of the region. So this is data from Latin Barometro. We have recent surveys done by the World Bank. This is 2024-25. And we ask people about the biggest problem that the country faces and the biggest problem of concern, thinking of when they think of their family. And so security came very much in first place. And in some countries, we're not surprised at this because we're used to these painful topics. But in the Southern Cone, this is not usual, especially in the case of Chile. And this is a real concern. When you take a look at the country comparison, we see that the murder rate is 8 times higher in Latin America than the rest of the world average, and that the distance with the world average is on the rise. And so there is a variance among countries. The graph that I have to my right and you to your left shows the variability, and I see the average between 2018 and 2022. And this dot is the last year that we have information available. So we see there's a tremendous leap in the amount of violence. And then we have these news that are appearing in the local press, but systematically in international press, recognizing the issue of organized crime as a transnational issue, and that is harassing our countries, and that we're understanding at the World Bank as a development issue. Although it is difficult to speak of economic growth, productivity, reduction of poverty, and security when you have this major difficulty that is catching us by the throat and preventing us from functioning. So there are dimensions that go beyond the lethal violence, which is what we are measuring. We know that criminal gangs organize, controlling territories, and that they're extorting business and families, putting investment decisions at risk, as well as the expansion of business. We do know that in some places where they are present, it is they that begin to substitute or co-govern and impose rules of behavior on people. And they say who you can vote for, who not, and that endangers democracy. And we know that this is a phenomenon that is very much linked to major takings from the state. Latin America does not measure security very much. We have a major inventory trying to identify where there are modules or questions. And let me explain in a moment what I mean by this. And official household surveys or businesses or victimization surveys. And what we found is that 5 countries have at least one constant question on security in some of their official household surveys. In most cases, it is a single question. It's not a figure. 2 countries have at least one question on security in at least one household survey. No country has a security module in their business modules. And when we know that companies are losing market share and they've had to increase the expenditure tremendously in order to face security issues. 3 countries have official victimization surveys, and 13 countries have official victimization events, not necessarily recurrent, and 1 has a recurrent victimization survey. And there are also other private efforts in countries which have been sporadic. We measure not only little, but we measure differently. When you take a look at the different questions, but the various questions with which some of the countries measure victimization, in order to capture one same phenomenon, we do have small variations. And this is relevant because the way that we ask also affects the response. And now, here is the victimization rate that resulted from the Latino Barometer survey and the other, where the greatest differentiator is that between brackets, there are examples of the type of crime, and the victimization rates, if they were equal, they would have to be over and above the 45-degree line. But in some cases, they're extremely much higher than the other. So the relevance of measuring, it would seem that it's the only thing that would allow us to compare and see where we stand. Now, quite clearly, we're not measuring the presence of criminal groups. We have no questions about this, the presence of criminal groups. This stems from a survey that we did, the survey of the head economist of the World Bank. It is a challenge to us, but here people were asked whether in their area, the neighborhood where they live, there is presence of some sort of armed criminal group, gang, or no matter how you would like to call them. And the answer is incredible. Even if you think that there is an incentive to underreport. In Ecuador, 41% of people are saying that in their area there is a presence of these groups. In Brazil, 38%. And well, look at the numbers and the figures in Chile, 23%. Now, it is a challenge to systematically and in a standardized manner measure this. And now I'm really happy of being able to say that we are accompanied and aligned in this with ECLAC, UNODC, sorry, and it's not for the multilateral well-being, but for the region to have tools with which to address the policy design and reach an agreement on how to measure all of this in a standardized manner and begin measuring it recurringly. 4 months ago, I was saying to the director of the office in Uruguay that we do have this phenomenon. We're concerned with inflation. We do a systematic survey to measure inflation. If we're worried by employment, we all of these things are shouting at us from all places. But why do we want to do this? Because we want to propose to the regional statistical office to work together to design modules that may be included permanently in the official surveys to generate regular measurements and allow comparability among countries to see where we stand with regard to these standards in order to inform the state with the possibility of cross-matching information about security with others and use the georeferencing of the answers to have prevention policies. There's tremendous wealth in being able to cross-match the security data with the data already in the surveys and to include security in our multidimensional poverty indicators, which is something that so far we are unable to do, to generate representative information regarding security with higher levels of disaggregation, and even countries with recurring victimization surveys, they do not possible to cross-match these things, and these are small surveys, do not have the correct disaggregation. And lastly, to begin measuring the presence of organized criminal groups and how the communities are relating in order to combat them. This in their worst expressions, at least. Now, to continue with this conversation, I would now like to invite you to accompany us in a parallel event that we will have at the start of the afternoon, where we'd like to put to you a first approach to some modules that we would like to put on the table to work with you, if we're able to convince the region that this is an important issue to measure. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And with this intervention, we now hand over to ILO, who will be speaking to us about recent methodological progress in measuring employment. We welcome Mr. Rafael Diaz de Medina, Director of the Department of Statistics of the International Labour Organization. The floor is yours.
Wow. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone. I'm very glad for this invitation, and I thank GLAD to allow us to share with you what has been happening with labor market. And a lot has been said about communities of practice regarding labor market. We are aligned. We have the same topics that have been mentioned today. To propose things for the community of practice, but I will tell you what we are doing regarding the methodological work to measure new aspects. If you want to review the traditional aspects of the labor community and what is being proposed in the region in particular. Obviously, we are in process of implementation of the latest methodologies approved by the International Conference on Labor Statistics. We are actively working with the region in most countries present here about the 19th, 20th, and 21st conference. When we speak about the XIII, we speak about the XIII of ILO, but it is autonomous. It is a community of labor statisticians who work with you. Therefore, one could say that it is a collective effort, and the Secretariat lies with the ILO, but the standards were approved through a tripartite debate at ILO. We not only have governments, but we have entrepreneurs and we have workers that are actively involved in the definition of the variables that rule the measurements we make of the labor market. In this sense, the last three XIIs gave key standards to understand the future of labor. I won't be very explicit, but just want to remind you that the framework, the traditional employment framework, was expanded to a labor definition, including non-remunerated work, with all the implications this has for gender measurements. Then we took another step in labor relationships, including dependent contractors, and also anticipating workers that work in platforms. This is a new working relationship that is fundamental today to give guidance to policymakers and guidance for the regulations that are being created worldwide in that regard. Formality, revisit that, go from what we used to do in Latin America to what was traditional in Latin America. We had a global guidelines, but now we have new ways of working. Informality was urban, was linked to poverty. Today, all the regions are working with informality. There are new forms of informality. So the most developed countries have new kinds of informality. So we had to revisit that, and that we did in 2023. With all these new frameworks, there is a connection with what we saw the first day regarding the SCA, what we can measure beyond GDP. The Beyond GDP agenda that we were lucky to have that team here, but the system of national accounts of 2025 approved by the Commission in March is being included. It's the first time that these systems accounts are aligned with the XIII. So I wanted to we wanted to warn the importance of taking this into account. We have voluntary work, self-consumption, self-supply, informality, amongst others, according to what was decided by the International Conference on Labor Statisticians. In the list we saw the first day, things to do, well, that has been included and has been approved by the Statistics Commission. We hope that the countries will begin to measure this, and also countries have started to work on that. This region is very active regarding the implementation of the new resolutions regarding work or labor. So we will have important inputs. Beyond GDP also deals with a new framework beyond 2030. We are coming close to the end of the 2030 agenda. We're coming to the end very quickly, so we have to react and see which are the metrics that we will need to use after 2030. Regarding the region specifically, we are working actively in forming with many countries what we call the labor market information systems. Many of you are part of the governance of the systems we are working with in the region. The region at present has 9, almost 10 countries who are already working. Some have concluded this work completely. And this is fundamental for us because this establishes a bond between data generation and those who use it for policy making. This is why the role of ministries of labor is so important, and in this region in particular. The CIMEL has a technical platform that facilitates this work quite a bit. And that is what we want to do. We want the whole region to work with this technological platform, which is free for the different countries. And this is very important some countries are poorer than even their statistical offices, which is a lot to say. And we have with the OECD, with the World Bank, with the European Central Bank, we have links and we can establish an IT platform allowing a relationship between many sources of data, administrative records, surveys, policy results, and indicators, easy to access indicators. And that's the attractive thing of this, to have in a platform a set of indicators helping the ministries. And also this helps the statistical offices in turn, because then this becomes visible beyond the labor market. And our publications are not capable of doing that. Today, this receives a pragmatic meaning. Which is our agenda? Which is the agenda that the ILO office and the employers, the workers, and the governments have? It was discussed in the last conference on labor statistics. This is what we said today about in Chile and the communities of practice, which will be the roadmap for 2028. The roadmap, despite the financial problems that the system and the countries are having, is quite clear and has already begun. In 2028, we will be discussing and we will be approving a new standard for the measurement of platform workers. Platform workers, in all their aspects, are very difficult to characterize. And regulation discussions, political discussions that are taking place in many countries, the last one is the European Union and their regulatory framework, implies defining what we're speaking about when we speak about platform workers. And in that sense, it is fundamental to put on the table pragmatic criteria, empirically measurable criteria, and abandon those that are not measurable or that are subject to subjective evaluations. This underlines the importance of statistical measurement and NSOs in connection with policies and policymakers. This is an experience we're having globally. We will have a very rich discussion. We are having the second meeting, tripartite meeting, but there's a lot to do. We have the care work that we already discussed, and we are fully aligned with the other areas and with the other agencies, but we have the mandate of defining statistically the concept of care work, the classification of occupations, the guidelines for labor migration that will be adopted in 2028. We have metrics about violence and harassment at work. We discussed this at the 190 convention. As you see, it's the same things that come back again. It's very similar to what the community of practice is going to do. So we are glad to support and ready to support all the NSOs that are working on the topic. Which are the last things? The new technologies. Which are the new technologies used in labor statistics? The ILO is supporting countries with the following. We are trying to incorporate AI with the purpose of offering non-traditional tools, not only the regular sources for labor statistics, but to incorporate all the new advances, for instance, in the labor market information systems, where the interoperability between the different sources, that should happen automatically through a kind of adaptation of the search engines, intelligent search engines like ChatGPT or the rest. So we need an ad hoc adaptation for the labor statistical system at a regional level. This is already happening in about 15 countries around the world, and we are waiting to receive their input so as to share that to other countries. We have the occupations classification. It won't be a classification as before to wait for 20 years to update a classification. Occupations classifications vary very much. So we will have to discuss at the International Conference on Labor Statisticians, the ICLS, we will have to work in a different way, in a more dynamic way, where we're going to have to include web scraping, machine learning, and where we can update occupations in real time. I would just like to mention that the effects that AI is having upon employment means that we need to reclassify occupations, and we are needing management for enormous amounts of data. We have to strengthen public and private administrative records. We have to support all the job searching mechanisms. We are trying to incorporate this so as to effectively evaluate which is the impact of AI upon the labor market, and we already have some results. Finally, labor rights. This is another topic that we care about. And regarding the evaluation, or regarding the SDGs rather, the ILO compiles the Index of Freedom at Work, labor rights, where we measure collective bargaining and association freedom. And it is the only indicator in all the SDG system that is prepared by an agency like us, ILO. It's not this indicator. I just want to mention that it is an indicator we're working on actively with the Human Rights Council, because we want to incorporate that as an indicator beyond the SDGs. It's an indicator that will remain, that is produced annually, and that measures a fundamental aspect of governance at a global level. That indicator is an indicator that is included in many trade agreements. So it has an economic effect, an effect upon rights, and it is an indicator that is very much consolidated internationally. And Latin America is actively using it. And we will consolidate it beyond the 2030 agenda. That's it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. En este momento.
Thank you. Now we will hear the advances of the National Center on Macrodata and Data Science in Statistical Information by Mrs. Toledo, researcher in geographical and statistical research. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. I thank you for the opportunity of presenting the work of the UN Regional Hub on Big Data and Data Science for Latin America and the Caribbean. It is coordinated by the statistical area of IBGR, and this is our 4th year of activities. We have a technical team of servers, and we do the coordination, and we also are in charge of the secretariat. We work with a consultative work with DANE, IDB, and others, amongst others, that strengthen our regional agenda. And today I will share the main progress reached in 2025. This is part of a network of 4 regional hubs and 2 specialized hubs, all aligned with the experts committee of the UN area working with big data and data science. We want to we want to work with sensor data, mobile telephones, financial transactions, amongst others, to support the statistical and geoscientific information. We work along 4 main lines of work: regional collaboration, strengthening cooperation between NSOs of the region, training through workshops that combine practice, theory, big data, data science, official statistics, research and innovation, new projects, and events to exchange information, disseminate good practices and successful cases in the region and out of the region. We have a yearly consultation with the NSOs of the region, and this year we complete the 4th edition.
As with 21 participating countries, and in addition to the use of big data, we included questions on technological use, the use of AI in the different phases of the statistical process. And this year, the results revealed that 58% uses big data for the production of official statistics. 39% has AI initiatives. And as to the GBPM, AI is used mainly in the area, in the phase of processing with tools and the web scraping, satellite images applied to price, population, agriculture, environment statistics. This question is very important in order to define the priorities for training, identify skills, available skills, and thus guide our strategy of technical support. In 2025, we held 2 regional workshops, one jointly with FAO and INE of Chile and University of Louvain, and that is AI for agricultural statistics with 69 participants from 12 countries. And the 8th workshop with the UNSD on the use of the global platform of the UN with 42 participants. And also we had 9 webinars, indicators on climate change, jointly with the knowledge KTN of ECLAC. And 1,700 participants from 26 countries had simultaneous interpretation, English, Spanish, thanks to our alliance with Paris 21. And from August to now, we've had a new series, Indicators of Sustainable Development, a new series. And also a great project in regional collaboration is that selected by the IDB. The objective is to develop a regional application adapted to the needs of the 11 involved countries that are there in blue in the map. And the hub provides provides technical assistance, coordination with technical coordination, regional hub of the UN and ECLAC. And the project seeks to strengthen environmental official statistics through traditional methodologies combined with AI, satellite images, and geospatial data. Although countries already have monitoring systems, many of them depend on manual processes and low interoperability. So the platform proposed by this project will allow to integrate data in real time and reduce latency of processing and harmonize methodologies among countries in order to generate geospatial indicators and for evidence-based policies. Their goal is to provide interoperable data and the use of environmental data in climate action. The launch of the project was in September 2024. And in November, we held the first face-to-face meeting in Medellin during the World Data Forum, jointly with the advisory committee. And in this initial phase, each country made a self-assessment using the CSAP tool. And in Medellin, they presented the state-of-the-art of environmental indicators that they already produce at national level. With these discussions as a basis and the support of the first consultancy in March of 2025, we did an exhaustive report on practices and capacities in the 11 countries. And the 3 indicators were defined that will be implemented in the tool, 1 of mitigation and 2 of adaptations. All of them using satellite images, very relevant for all participant countries. And after that, we launched an invitation to select the consultancy company that would implement the solution. And this enterprise will be in charge of developing the platform that will conduct the calculation of indicators. And 4 companies submitted a request, and the selected enterprise was from Mexico, and the objectives are design and develop a scalable platform that will automate the generation, processing, and regular updating of the selected indicators. This enterprise, the consultant enterprise, will work for a whole year to deliver a solution. And then the project will move towards new phases that include tool validation workshops, training for participant countries, and preparation for the adoption and sustainability of the tool. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. At this point, we'll have time for interventions, and we'll request 4 interventions, 4 comments. We have now time for that.
Muchas gracias.
So, thank you. I give the floor to Peru.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning. I wanted to comment on the different presentations, really. All of them have been most interesting, and I will try to provide a very small summary. First, thanks, Paraguay, for this summary of the lessons learned in all that is related to agricultural statistics, driven precisely by ECLAC. we are going to do an agricultural census very soon, and these lessons learned in Paraguay of 2021, 22, and in Uruguay in 2024 are most valuable for us, and of course with the guidelines of FAO. But I wanted to specifically refer to the feminicides. I was seeing the brochure yesterday and did not find the Peruvian figures. I wanted to say that in Peru, we have a interinstitutional statistical committee of crime, where the information of the National Police of Peru, the information coming from the public prosecutor's office and from the Ministry of Women, all that information is consolidated, standardized, and validated. And we have an annual publication. And in this yearly publication, not only the feminicide figures per 100,000 inhabitants are there, but also attempted femicides, figures from the Ministry of Women, and also figures from the national prison system, who has been imprisoned for this crime. And we are anxious to follow the best practices, and that is why we are always in coordination with UNODC. We want to have also a survey, a national survey of victimization. We had the last one in 2017. And in spite of having a national survey of budgetary programs where we measured perception and victimization, these surveys are important because out of every 5 persons, only one reports or accuses being a victim of a crime. Only 1 out of 5. And this information is provided monthly in our NIS. And we are also having a committee of coordination for citizen security. And one of the needs we have in this committee that it has translated into a formal request to the Peruvian state is this national survey of victimization. We have figures of domestic violence that are conducted throughout the whole year. We have information from women who have been subject to family violence through a population survey and family health. And then finally, the comment informal employment in Peru. We want to follow the recommendations. We want to see the new concepts regarding informal employment. We have a satellite account of informal economy that has been published 6 times already. And then finally, thank IBGE from Brazil for the support in the capacities through the regional hub. Thank you very much. Thank you. As delegate of Dominican Republic, I take the floor. We would like to ask the initiative of the World Bank related to this harmonized module on measuring insecurity. I think this is a subject that is of interest for all the region, and it's of high relevance. We would like to mention that in Dominican Republic, we have conducted measurements about victimization in our surveys in the years 2005, 7, 11, 15. And in 2019, we had a measurement of victimization of women from 15 to 40 years. In 2023, an additional step, and we had a specialized module on victimization that was worked hand in hand with the UNODC. We have a long tradition of work with them. And we assign priority to those crimes that we as a country considered were a priority to be measured. And then we receive support not only regarding the design and conceptual design, but also we were accompanied in the training phase and subsequent data analysis. Thus, we are available to provide any details of the information regarding these measurements And we say that as a country, we are exploring the possibility of measuring in our next survey next year, given that we have defined the interest of measuring every 5 years all that is related to victimization. So congratulations for the initiative, and we are willing and available as a country for any collaboration or support. Thanks. And that said, now I go back to chair. I apologize to UNODC. We'll give the floor after lunch. We invite you to the side event to measure in a module on insecurity that will be in the Z47, and have a nice lunch. And I'll give the floor to UNODC once we're back from lunch and the side event. Thank you. again in this final stage of the conference. And as we finished in the morning session, yes, we have first the intervention of UNODC, something very brief, responding to the initiative of Marcela Melendez from the World Bank in that achieving this strategic achievement, bringing together international organizations working in the region, and endorse what we said in the side event from UNODC, collaborate with the experience we've had 15 years, not only tell you about the process so as to have one single hub, but also with the experience of different victimization surveys, and only to confirm the support and the interest in participating in this group. Thank you. Fine, we will continue now with the presentation by Mr. Rolando Campos, Chief of the Statistics Division of ECLAC, and information on projects will now be the subject. Thank you, Madam Chair. What we wanted to report to the conference is what are the projects that we are implementing in the division of Statistics Division of ECLAC, but also with other countries. As you know, our division has and provides technical assistance in subjects of economic statistics, mainly regarding national accounts and price indices, and also in the international comparison program, where the efforts of 35 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean have been coordinated in order to implement this project that is coordinated also by World Bank globally. So these international comparisons, we've been in contact with all the countries of the region that are not members of OECD, because the OECD member countries are coordinated by the OECD, and thus those of us that have been in 2024 and 2025 is compiling information about questionnaires. That is what the World Bank is requesting, and so that we may coordinate with each one of you, and we bring the information, you send it to us, we compile it, and we send it to the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. During this 2024 round, we were supporting, or rather, we were supported with resources from a UN Development Fund, development accounts, that is how we call them, where we were able to organize ourselves and thus at the same time support countries in compilation of information. As to the economic subject, we are with another development account, number 15, which is the South-South cooperation, very much coordinated with the Secretariat of the Commission of ECLAC, which is the one in charge of coordinating the subsidiary South-South cooperation body within ECLAC. But what we are doing in this case is capacity building, technical and institutional, of countries of Latin America and the Caribbean to move forward in the implementation of the conceptual framework and the manual or handbook developed by UNCTAD at global level jointly with the pioneer countries, and 3 of them, of those pioneer countries, are from our region: Brazil, Colombia, and Chile. This work also rather, we were preparing regional tools as a welcome package for those who will start measuring South-South cooperation, a document on governance, and a feedback survey for the review of the manual in Spanish. It's important in this case to mention that we also have the support of the Colombian Cooperation Agency that decided to join the efforts of this initiative of measuring South-South cooperation in our region, contributing with economic resources that have enabled us to have a regional meeting in past months, and we are planning a second meeting to be held in Bogota, Colombia next year. As to the subject of social statistics, we also provide technical assistance to the statistical offices for the preparation of sample frameworks once censuses are over or are completed. And for that, we've been visiting several countries to support in the preparation of these sample frameworks and also in the implementation of other statistical methodologies. For example, small area sampling in order to disaggregate the subjects dealing with poverty. We have also supported the methodological modifications for income and expenditure surveys with which poverty lines are built, and basic food baskets. And all of this work is done from or by the Social Statistical Unit. And we have also another project that will be emerging from social statistics. It is a development account on digital transformation in social and population statistical production, jointly with CELADE. And we will be organizing to have, all of us, to have methodological guidelines for administrative records, surveys, and census. And we will have the technical assistance for the implementation and production of population and social statistics. We'll have regional seminars during the period 2026-2028 that we will be working on.
But also with the statistical offices, we have been working and will continue to work on environmental statistics. We have a development account number 17. We will visit several countries to implement the development of environmental indicators within the global framework of environmental indicators as determined in the Statistical Commission through the Statistics Division. The project involves several countries, but we will also hold regional workshops to implement the process and continue to provide the technical assistance as required for the environmental statistics. In coming years, we're going to be a little restricted in this sphere, the environmental one, because one of the measures taken by UN 80, the 80 years of the UN, but colloquially it's also called UN 80 because there's also a 20% cut in positions and budget. So, but one of the areas has to do with environmental indicators, and so we are dividing efforts in order to continue supporting countries with their technical assistance in these areas. Another project that we are supporting is what has to do with innovation, construction of data ecosystems construction of statistical geo-portals where we are providing technical assistance, not only regarding statistics, but also the geographic part with the geographical institutes in these countries in order to implement these processes. During 26 and 27, we will be working to implement statistical geoportals, and we're seeing how to implement this together with the countries of the Caribbean in order to include this line of work also in the Caribbean. These are the projects that we have ongoing, but in our search for resources and technical assistance for the countries of the region, now in May, I visited the National Statistics Office of Spain in order to talk with them as their their role as executive member. But since this is Spain, they have a connection to Latin America, and what we want is to look for chances of identifying a certain way of making the most of the experience gained by INE Spain. I remember years back when I was at INEGI in the 90s that there were some sampling courses given by INE Spain, and at the time we were sent to Madrid for a month, each student, but maybe see the chance of having some sort of joint project to benefit the countries of the region. And so I would now like to hand over to INE Spain, Ana Carmen, to tell us of the outcomes of this search via the Interconecta project of the Spanish Cooperation Agency in order to achieve some things to be done during 26 and 27. So the floor is yours. Well, thank you. Yes, as Rolando was just saying, INE Spain is in touch with the Spanish Cooperation Agency for a cooperation program with Latin America and the Caribbean. And after the conversation held in Madrid at the ECLAC Statistics Division, they've told us the priorities that would be of interest to the region. And so we designed a schedule of activities. The main goal is to strengthen and modernize statistical systems in the region, improving training and also fostering coordination among ECLAC countries. What would the concrete goals be? Well, to improve the statistical methods using novel methodologies, with a more intensive use of administrative records and new data sources, AI, programming. And what statistical areas are we focusing? Well, according to what Rolando and his team said, were social statistics, demographics, labor, and economic statistics. And so we would share experiences. And so we're allowed to carry out 10 activities at the very most over 2 years. So what we're planning now, one would be focusing on the use of administrative records for household surveys and census. The other is on official statistics. Another one on tourism, using and combining traditional sources and new data sources, because there we are using mobile positioning data and bank transactions in order to see what tourists spend their money on, those who come to Spain from Europe or Spaniards who go to other countries. And then there's another one on labor statistics. And there we would we would use administrative records, and then a workshop on applying machine learning to official statistics, and then another one on measuring progress in SDGs. And these will be the 6 activities for 2026. And then for 27, there would be another 4 on demographic indicators, social statistics, a workshop on population census based on records, and another one on national accounts. And so as yet, we've not yet determined the administrative topics, and so we're in the process of signing an agreement with INCs for all this to be formalized. And as the dates draw near, we will be informing you so that those experts interested in these topics may sign up. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Mary Carmen, and I would also like to thank INE Spain for the support in order to carry out these courses in coordination with us for the countries of the region. Another topic that we're also backing with Eurostat. We made a proposal to look for resources and implement statistical and geographical topics. We're waiting for the proposal was sent by Eurostat to the EU, and we're hoping that it will or not be accepted. And they said that they would be replying before the end of the year to see if it's possible to have these resources and so continue with the technical assistance and support to the countries of the region. We're looking for the various sources of resources to remain active in this sphere. And then lastly, well, we made a proposal that hopefully may flow. It was sent to New York. A proposed project for development related to the implementation of the 2025 system of national accounts. We still do not know if it has been accepted or not, but we are at least attempting to generate resources that may serve to continue supporting in the sphere of technical assistance in the region. And so with this, I end, Madam Chair, and I hand back to you. Very well, thank you, Rolando. And so now we will move on to considerations by countries regarding the draft resolution of the meeting, the Statistical Conference of the Americas, and then hand over to the Secretariat. Well, thank you, Chair. I'd like to recall that yesterday the draft resolution 14 Roman 13 was distributed, drafted by the chair and which supported to contain the results of the meeting. Yesterday, Mexico asked for a new paragraph to be added, paragraph 32, and so that together would be the draft resolution 14 Roman 13 that we put to you for consideration. Thank you. I don't know if any of the countries would like to remark on this draft resolution 14 Roman numeral 13. If not, resolution is therefore adopted. And so now we hand over to Argentina, who's asked for the floor. Thank you. I would like to express the satisfaction of Argentina over what has been done in the last 2 years and expressed in the draft resolution. And we greet the new strategic plan, the code of good practices, and the peer review manuals and documents presented over the last 2 days, as well as the joint work that has been manifest this Tuesday. At the same time, Argentina would like to express reservation regarding the 2030 agenda and associated commitments and comprising legally non-binding aspirations that are already in exercising their sovereignty, where Argentina is in the right to freely adopt or not. We will, of course, continue participating actively in all technical spaces, promoting development based on evidence and working to strengthen all statistical systems in the region. Thank you. We take note, the DEA Secretariat takes note of the position of Argentina, and also we must now see the new executive committee to lead the work of this conference in the next biennium. And the members would be Bahamas, Belize, Spain, Guatemala, Honduras, Peru, Dominican Republic, chaired by Uruguay. If everyone agrees, chair adopted. Very well, and so now with the new executive committee and the action plan and the resolution adopted, we would now move on to the closure of this meeting. And I am pleased to hand over to Wilfred Martinez, who is the chair of the conference, in her last intervention as such. Well, thank you very much. And greetings to Mr. Rolando Campo, Director of the ECLAC Statistics Division, and each and every one of you who have been with us at this moment here and have accompanied us throughout this conference. I would deeply thank the trust deposited in the Dominican Republic and the National Statistics Office to accompany this process as the chair of the Executive Committee of the conference during the 2023-2025 biennium. And we end this period with great satisfaction, not only at the contributions made as a country, but also the conviction regarding the relevance of the space in terms of coordination and how the synergies generated among countries essentially contribute to the statistics systems in the region, and the national statistics systems may be strengthened as well. So we leave at hand two tools which we understand are essential. First of all, the strategic plan for the 2035 period, an instrument that will be guiding us throughout a decennium, and we are sure that we will have a highly positive impact since it has been worked on jointly and was drafted identifying the challenges to be faced and also where we wish to go as national statistics offices. But our biennial program, with all the groups that comprise it, we understand is also an important contribution that we have backed as chair and allow the occurrence of very important discussions within the conference. All of these achievements that we are mentioning are not achievements of the Dominican Republic, but achievements of the conference that have been supported very significantly by the ECLAC Statistics Division, and whom I thank very sincerely, because this is a tireless work on a day-to-day basis with so many details and also very good will and disposition. So thank you very much, Rolando. I thank you and the entire team that accompanies you. The Dominican Republic has felt very much supported by you throughout this process. We wish the next executive committee every success and trust the leadership they will have. And of course, you may count on our support, not only as part of the executive committee, but also as the National Statistics Office. In the Dominican Republic, each and every one of you has the door wide open, and we will continue to support here on. So thank you very much. We wish you every success.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair, or former Chair, rather. And now we hand over to Marcelo Bisogno, Director of the National Statistics Office, or current Chair of the conference. Thank you. And I congratulate you for all the efforts made throughout this time. I am new in the statistics system and new in Uruguay. And for 36 years, I've been living outside Uruguay in the US, and I've just back to in Uruguay in the last 5 months. And so I would like to thank you for this act of responsibility that you've had, honoring me with the chair of this so very important agency. I would also like to thank our host, Chile, and Mr. Ocampo and Javier, and everything that you've done to facilitate that Uruguay may take on this responsibility. I am honored to be here and fascinated by the building, really fascinated. And also I would like to allow me the courage of the Cepalinos, or people from ECLAC, who speak openly, and if this were the US, I would keep more quiet. As to the message here, I believe that we are in an area of activity of great change. And as I said it in my earlier presentation, technological change is dramatic and social change is dramatic. And this changes the context of our work for the NSOs who have the responsibility to adapt and to continue to be relevant. Technology is transforming our mode of production. This is changing day by day. The weight of surveys is changing. The weight of the records is changing, and AI and big data is also changing the context. We must respond to this very actively. We did a survey supplemented with records. We'll maybe have to think how the service may support the records, and we're moving in that direction. These are strong changes for an industry that is in movement. I don't think it could have been different. I know because, well, this is in a context of enormous fiscal restrictions. In Uruguay, it used to have more than 300 people, and today has no more than 200. What technology supports that? We have many difficulties, and what is true in Uruguay and surely in most of the NSOs from what I have seen. Well, I don't know if it has been, well, I've had the opportunity to speak to you about the budget restrictions. Internationally, we're in the same situation. We are in a context of multilateralism that is highly challenged, and with fiscal restrictions that are very great. The contributions by the US, or the non-contributions by the US to the UN, have reduced our possibility of doing things at a multilateral level. And in that context, I believe the South-South cooperation does have a future. Here we are in a series of large context of countries. There are no small countries in Latin America, but there are some very large countries. And so I think that the possibility for synergy among various groups of countries are very positive, and I congratulate ECLAC once again for the possibility of maintaining alive these synergies. And I think that there is a great opportunity to support without much need for change, and with the synergies that we may find in these countries with experimental methods in one country, so that the others may benefit as well from this.
Without further ado, I would like to thank the Dominican Republic again. And thank you to the Executive Secretary, and I hope you will be able to support me in my endeavors from now onwards. Thank you very much, Chair. And now, and to close the conference, Mr. Rolando Ocampo. Thank you very much, Secretary of the Commission. Good afternoon, everyone. Mildred, from ECLAC and from the Statistical Division, we would like to thank the NSO of the Dominican Republic and the government of the Dominican Republic for all the support we received during these 2 years to support to the executive committees, and thank you for the support in all the meetings that were organized during this period. We would have loved to go and dance merengue, in Dominican Republic, but we have budgetary restrictions, and budgetary restrictions didn't allow us to do that. That doesn't mean that we won't have the possibility of finding out in 2027 that the Uruguayan beef is better than the Argentinian beef. We will be able to discover that in 2027 in Uruguay. I would like to welcome also Marcelo Bisoño from the National Statistical Institute of Uruguay. Even though he's been only 5 months there in Uruguay because he lived abroad before, Uruguay has collaborated with the Executive Committee in several occasions. The previous director pushed a strong agenda. The team of Uruguay's NSO occupies a very important place and has a strong agenda. Uruguay has been very much present in the Statistical Conference of the Americas and has been very present in all the work carried out by, in the field of statistics, not only here, but also in New York. So we count on the strengths of Uruguay's NSO, and we thank all the executive committee that is just joining the conference, all the countries. I would like to thank Bahamas, Belize, Spain, Guatemala, that is joining, Honduras, that is joining, Peru, Dominican Republic, that is joining, who are here. I'm glad we will be able to work together in this new round of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. I would just like to thank you all for your presence here. These were very interesting 3 days. A first day during which we had the governance seminar, and in the afternoon we learned and we mentioned to the high level group of Beyond GDP, we mentioned the importance of the NSOs of Latin America and the Caribbean and the experience that we have in these processes. This has been shown in several meetings in a previous conference in 2023. We already had a seminar on Beyond GDP, where we also worked on the topic. In January of this year, we had another seminar with the cooperation agencies to see which are the innovations needed by the Beyond GDP process. So I think that what we contribute with, what the countries have contributed with, has been very important, and I'm glad that they could listen to everything that has been done in this field. The countries are the ones that are going to continue with the determination of the metrics. Yesterday, we heard about the different working groups that are starting their endeavors. We got acquainted today with what some communities of practice are doing, and we learned about the two initiatives, one community of practice on labor, another one on childhood and adolescence. So I would like to thank our friends who are up there, the interpreters. Thank you very much for all your support, and a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Despite artificial intelligence, their task they do and will continue to do in this kind of meetings is fundamental. This will allow us to understand each other. I would like to very especially thank the conference unit. They have been without all the time supporting us in every way. They made us come back to the room. They organized the room as we see it, and they are always present in the moments when things get complicated, always helping us solve every detail. So thank you very much to the conference unit. Also the Secretariat of the Commission. They are the ones that do the coordination as a subsidiary body of ECLAC. They have been deploying all their efforts to coordinate invitations, accesses, resolutions, accompanying us as technical secretariat all the time, the scripts and everything. Thank you, Luis, very much for all your support, and thank you to all your team. Karen, Oviedo, all of them, please thank them on our behalf. And of course, the team of the Statistical Division of ECLAC, the team has been available throughout the process, has accompanied us throughout the process. All the colleagues, I want to thank you, especially Javier. Javier sometimes has extra work to do. Daniel, Alfonso, all of you, the regional advisors, all of you, I want to truly thank you for the work that has led to this success. This success belongs to them, to us, to all of us. On behalf of the Executive Secretary, Jose Manuel Sirinax, I want to thank you. And on his behalf, I would like to close the 2025 Statistical Conference of the Americas. We will meet in New York with the executive committees and those who have resources to go, because I don't know if we will have a budget to go, but see you soon and see you in the executive committees and from then onwards. Thank you very much and have a safe trip back home.